Good morning. How's everybody? Okay, let me just yeah, my mic is definitely not as loud. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Let me just get my Discord sent. Stream is live. There we go. Oh. Okay, that shouldn't be there. This is my Spotify. I'll put it over there. Okay. Things are going to be a little interesting because I decided to move my my office. So nothing is where it should be. My screens and my camera and everything has been flipped around. So this is going to be interesting. Okay, let's open the C# project. Yeah, it's very strange. Okay, why is it opening way over there? There we go, that's better. Okay, I think everything's good. Not too sure. I'm just gonna work on the assumption that it is. Let's get our time tracking going. 4,480 minutes on the abilities already. Yeah, this has taken a while. It's already the 10th of August. I'm still busy with this. Yeah. Well, we close to the end, right? The last one was the chicken, and I'm currently basically almost done with the chicken, right? Okay, so let's have ourselves a look where we left off, and then we'll decide how much more we need to do. Okay, so I was just showing the capsule thing off yesterday. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so we have the glowing sword. I think everything's fine with the chicken. Let me just, well, I wouldn't say everything, but let's just give it a quick test again. Just do a quick play and see. The script audio listener has the same name as built-in Unity component. Oh. I see what they're talking about. Why does this thing keep going back to this? Okay, let's just stop and go find my scriptable objects. And let me fix that real quick. Okay, so my party, I need a chicken and an owl. Just to round it out so I can, you know, when I test, I can test all of them. Give it another play, dev mode, and we'll see how that looks. Okay. Oh, I forgot to hit this thing. Okay. Okay. That is okay, I believe. Wait, what was that? Oh, it's damage number clones. Okay. I guess they work with their own pooling system. Not too sure. Okay, we just need to get the what's it called? The sound effects working, I think. Now, I have a couple of bugs that I need to address as well, particularly with the wizard. So here's the wizard's problem. So you can run around, no problem, right? You can shoot that thing, and then as soon as you use this ability, he can't shoot anymore. Now we can try and figure out why this is. Let's see, on the character manager, maybe I think we need to go into debug mode here. Maybe it's attack trigger. Not entirely sure what's causing this. Let's see. Attack trigger zone. Here we can see it's not triggering, right? Okay, let's go while this is open. Let's open up the script and just go see why that could be. So, a trigger. So on fix update, it'll check if there are enemies in the trigger area. I could make this way better, but anyway. Okay, so there's a check capsule. Okay, that should work normally. So if enemies in trigger area and not on cooldown, so cooldown needs to be false, and it's currently false. Okay. Game instance is targeting. That should be true. So this is the only one I think could be the problem. Player manager instance is doing special attack. I think it's stuck there. And that's in the player manager. So let's see. Yo, this guy. How's it going? Sorry if I'm slow to react. My entire setup has flipped. So I might not even... Normally I see the chat from this... out of this eye. But now it's on this side. So... oh, what the hell is this thing doing here? Ah, that's good. Yeah, you inspired me to move my office. After you were talking about all the moving you did. the other day. Was this last week? I think maybe it could have been 2 weeks ago. So I decided to move my office. Okay, so we can see the player manager believes he is still doing his special attack, right? So that means somehow it's not triggering the end. So where am I triggering that end? If I'm not mistaken, I had a coroutine to do that. I think it's wizard special attack. Because I was being funny or something like that. Yeah. Stop coroutine, special attack, damage. But we should also make sure that the player manager knows that we can stop as well. Yeah, okay. I might just be dumb. Yeah, so I should actually just do... is doing special attack false. Yeah, that should work out. So the thing was here is... I think yeah, I have to do it this way because all the animations are already done. Which means there's no... I can't use an animation trigger. I need to use a different type of trigger. Yeah, that's why this is here. Okay. Oh, 2 weekends already. Damn. Time flies. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay then. This should fix the wizard. And then we can start adding sound effects for the knight. Okay, let's go find our solution. Oh, our scripts. One of the managers, I believe. Okay, let's see. Fireball, crocodile, Komodo, hit, chicken knight sounds. Okay. So we're gonna need a couple more play chicken special vocalization sites. Okay, we could just plug into this one, that's fine. Play special attacks, play special sound effects sound. Yeah, I think we can just plug into both of these. Just need to change the sound effects. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. I don't think we need the charge sound. Well, I don't think I ever played that sound, to be honest. Okay, let's see. Where do I actually do this? Okay, yeah. So play special sound vocalization. So let's just grab that. Special attack start, not there. You know what? Maybe we want... Okay, maybe we still want that one. Let's take this one instead and call it the jump sound. Jump. There's gonna be a vocalization as well. Right. I think that'll work. We just need to go find the sounds. Okay, so let's go check what they are currently. Okay, let's take this thing out of debug mode. Okay. Yeah, I think they are definitely too long, right? Yeah, I think we need something shorter. Yeah, let's go grab some sound effects from our... Okay, let's see, where would they be? Really need to organize my folders a little bit. Okay, here we got something. No, I went past. Go back up. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I think we used the anime ones last time as well. So it's like male jump. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same ones. Yeah, I could tell by the Voxy Fritte at the start of the naming. Yeah, so let's see. So, if we just use all the same ones, I think we should be fine. Let's see. High effort, big leap. That sounds about right, right? Yeah, those can all work. Okay, I like these for jumping. Let's just drag them in there. Okay. And then I think I want to have an attack one as well. What's happening? So fighting like a hit. We could stack these, right? So let's try something here. So we'll do both of that. So we'll have a big grunt when he jumps, and then a short just when he lands. And then we just need a good, like, spell sound. Like a type of explosion type of thing. But it should sound like a... Yeah, not just an explosion, but something that would work. I don't know. A little difficult. Okay, let's see my Pro Sound collection over here. Might have what we need. So I'm going to check the magic spells again. Yeah, something like an energy blast, right? Which one was this? Wind Blizzard Storm. so it's these ones. Let's try the energy blast just because it's nice and quick. So obviously we need to listen to these before you really know if it's going to sound like anything good. Okay, let's just grab those. I just realized I don't think you guys can hear those sound effects when I'm playing them. Yeah, because I split my audio sources and I no longer have one for VLC. Whoops. Huh, I completely forgot about that. Oh well. That's unfortunate for anybody wanting to listen to the sounds. Wait, you say you can? But how? I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be able to. Oh, it uses Unity. What? How does that work? That's very weird. So it plays through this channel. Don't know if you can see that. But here, the window that it's supposed to play is Unity EXE, Chicken Night 3D. But you're telling me when I play this, it actually... That's weird. And it does work. I can see it works. I can see the volume sound bar thingy jumping up and down. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay. Well, then we don't have a problem here, do we? Okay, let's see. Where's our... sound manager. We want our audio clip SO to be locked. Okay. So we got a charging sound. This is going to become our jumping sound. Right. Sound manager, yeah, play jump. So that's charging. Special. Special jump sound, then a vocalization, then a sound effect. Okay. I think we need to recompile because I changed something here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's just get rid of the original ones. Like so. Okay, so Energy Blast Large. That's the sound effect we're gonna go with. Then our Light Attack hit. It's gonna be the vocalization, and then High Effort Big Leap is gonna be the jump. Okay. I wanted to make the special attack sound effect a little bit lower pitched, so I guess so what I could do is just do pitch equals 0.8. Not like that, just 0.8, yeah. Priority, I feel like it should be 0, right? Or maybe not, maybe that is a high, maybe that was my high priority. Okay. Good. Okay, I think we'll have sound now. Hopefully. And I think the wizard should be working. So let's go test. Listen to our sound effects. All the good stuff. And then I kind of wanted to change the color for the chicken's ability. I forgot about the sword. Okay, I think he did shout. It's not very loud, is it? Okay, so the jump vocalization I cannot hear. Oh, apparently it's 0.05. That would be a problem. This one's also very soft. Can you hear this one? Yeah, we're gonna have to do proper audio balancing at some point, because I don't think it's really any good right now. Okay, so it doesn't seem like he does the second grunt. Okay, why not? Okay, so that would be the play vocalization sound. That is triggered special attack start. When is that triggered? That should be triggered by a... Yeah, okay, so that's not right. I guess actually we want this one here. Special attack sound. Start. When is that one triggered, actually? Let's just see. So that should be triggered around the jump. Land, shoot. Huh. Yeah, we should definitely trigger that. Special attack starts. And then I think I do the special attack end there. Unless I started the special attack in a different way. I'm not sure. I might have, it's possible. So I could have, I supposed, could have done it in code, maybe? Or with a animation player of some sort? I don't know. Who knows? Oh, we still need to make this thing do something. Yeah, but let's just go listen and hear if we have sound. Just the hit sound. That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay, so now on to the next bit. So I think I want to make it blue, maybe. Do I need to? I don't know. Nah, let's leave it. Let's leave it that color. Okay, but what I do need to do is figure out the effect size or radius or whatever you want to call it. So first of all, let's just get my sword, this thing, and switch off the glow, because that shouldn't be something that is there all the time. Okay, and now we need to restart and pause and go back in time. Okay, 0.3. I think this is when it's at its biggest, right? The little cone thingy. Huh. Where are all my trails? Okay, they kind of disappeared by that point. Let's do 0.25 as our size. Kind of like that as the size of the stun. Okay, so all we need to do... Well, we need to do a couple of things. Okay, so we need to create a... I need to make... I don't know. I think I need to make it blue. I don't know. I'm a little bit torn. Okay, but anyway, let's go to the knight special attack script. Okay, so we move and we land and we do all those good things, which is nice. Yeah, this is nonsense. We can get rid of that. This is also not required, it seems. Okay, and so we move. Now we have, you know, at some point we spawn the shockwave. No, we don't. We don't actually spawn the shockwave anymore. Okay, I think everything is... Okay, so we need a public void and special attack damage or stun or something like that. Okay, let's just do special attack. Shock. Wave. Alright. So we wanna we wanna run this at some point. So we essentially just need to check everything. Now, here's where it gets a bit awkward. Yeah, so I would like to use a sphere. Okay, so let's just grab our wizard special attack quickly, or just anything from the wizard. To be honest, most of its things use no. We need the fireball. Now, honestly, we need anything will work. Doesn't actually matter. There's many weapons that'll work, but let's just do fireball for now. Okay, so essentially what we need something like this is we need to do overlap capsule, transform that position. Well, we just need... Oh, I do an overlap capsule. Okay. To do something to the enemies, right? And the wizard special attack, I think I do kind of a similar thing. Yeah, okay. Enemies in range. Okay, here I do overlap sphere, which honestly I prefer. Yeah, so I guess this is essentially what I need then. Right, we need to get a collider, overlap sphere, special attack radius, and we need an enemy layer. Okay, so let's just go back to our wizard special attack. Need enemy layer. Gonna need a character stat manager, probably. I might already have that. No. Okay then. I'm just copying stuff. It's fine. Special attack radius, that's important. Yeah, so I think those are basically the things we need. We just need to set up the enemy layer like so. Right, something like that. So now we got at least some of the stuff. Oh, and let's get a gizmo so we can visualize this. We'll just quickly steal this gizmo here. There we go. Gizmo stolen. Alright, so we got our special attack radius. This should be public. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so it's going to start from our transform.position. No, okay, so we need to be a little careful here. Alright, so the problem with an overlap sphere is it checks all around you, right? And our shockwave should only stun things ahead of you. Right, so we need to figure out how do we do that. Now, there's a couple of ways I could imagine doing it. One way, and I'm not sure how performant this will be, would be to go and get all the enemies in the sphere. Might just be better to do like a capsule. Might not be perfect, but it should be good enough. Yeah, okay, so the other one is to get a sphere and then check whether they are in front of you by doing some math. Right, so you get the position of all the enemies. Then calculate whether or not they are in front or behind you. That's one way. It seems a little bit costly, I think. The other way would be to do... It's a little less precise, so you do something like a capsule. And you just get it to kind of fit that area. I don't think we can do... let's see, over... Wait, what? Couldn't you take that into your original ray cast? And only ray within a field of view? You mean with a overlap sphere? Actually, don't know. I don't know if that works, really. Well, I don't really know what you mean by raycast or recast. I think you meant raycast. Yeah, I mean... Okay, I don't use a raycast. I use a overlap sphere, but I could use a raycast, I suppose. Oh, I could use something like a... a circle raycast. So what is that? Physics dot circle cast, box cast. There's a sphere cast that you can do. I feel like that's... Not entirely sure if this is gonna work. I actually never know. I don't have a good intuition about what is more or less expensive. Like, okay, overlap sphere. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is something that you're describing. But you'd have to check every single enemy, right? So imagine you jump into a... So you use the ability and you jump on top of a massive pile of enemies, right? So there's like 50 of them. Yeah. But the trigger zone is a sphere. So it's all around you. So it's the 50 in front and the 50 behind. For instance, if you jump too far. So yes, they are all then in the trigger zone or in the overlap sphere. So I get all of those enemies and then I need to loop through all of them and check where they are or whether they are in front of me by some method, right? So something like what you described there. I don't know. I mean, that is the only reason I'm hesitating here is because of performance. Like, I'm thinking about whether that is a good way to do this attack, right? Or are there better, more efficient ways just using built-in things in Unity? Yeah. It doesn't get called every frame. Well, it's not a trigger exactly, right? Because it's a... It's an overlap sphere. So when I do my... the overlap sphere only checks, or the physics call only happens when I do the ability. But obviously, there will be enemies within this sphere that shouldn't be stunned, because they are behind me. That's the only thing. We just need to figure out who's in front and who's behind. And we can do it with some math. Just getting the vector positions and calculating the relative positions for the X and the Z. Let's get paint out here. So let me think about this Okay, so this is the sphere that we cast, right? Let's make it white. So we cast the sphere like this. This is looking at it from the top. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So I'm over here in the middle. Then I have a bunch of enemies. Okay, that's very small. In front and behind. Or while it doesn't really matter if they are in front or behind, let's assume. Okay, let's do this a little strangely. Let's say they were. This is the way I was orientated, and I'm facing this way. So my check collider physics thing is going to get all of these points, and essentially what I need to do, I would have a vector or something describing my forward position, right? Which way is forward? I believe I do have something like that, right? I could just check. So transform dot forward returns a normalized vector representing the blue axis of the transform in world space. Okay. So I can have a vector 3 facing equals transform.forward, for instance, right? No, man. This should be a Unity. What is this system's numerics? Just Unity engine vector, please. It's fine. Yeah, I could use a box. Okay, maybe something like that is a little better. The only problem with the box is it's box shape, right? So then I do a cast or whatever. That looks like this, right? So that's my box. And I don't even do a box cast. I could just do a check box. I don't have to do a box cast. Then the only issue would be these guys over here, if there are any people there. Okay, but that's actually very easy to find. I don't need to know whether they are in front of me. They are in front of me. I just need to get the distance from me to them. I just need to get this length and check whether that is less than my range. If it's less than the range, we can stun them. If it's greater than the range, they are outside of the zone. That's actually much easier than to do a vector calculation, because this already gets rid of all of this, right? And then I only need to do a distance calculation with half. And then I do have some additional enemies that I have to consider there and there. But I think there will be less area overall to consider. I can even get all calculus about this. And I could do something like I wonder if I do multiple box casts. Well, I could do 2 sphere casts, for instance, as well. Right. But there's a lot of spaces that could slip through, which can kind of be shit. I think this is an easier one to do. Yeah, let's do that. Let's implement that. So what we'll do here is a overlap box instead, right? Okay, so we need a position. Okay, but now we need just check the normalized distance, so it starts as a 1. Yeah. I think I know what you mean. Okay, so let's see. We need a center point and then a half extents and the orientation. And a layer mask and all those good things. Can I draw... This is very important. Can I do a gizmo to represent this? Draw cube. Yeah, because this is normally my biggest problem. Okay, so we still need all of that stuff. Okay, so I just need to orientate this thing. Float. Well, no, not float. This is going to be a transform. Yeah, let's do a transform. Special attack center. Right, because that's what we need here. We need a center. Then we need half extents. Float box box. What is this thing called again? Overlap box size. Overlap box size. Right, so let's just do something like that. So this is going to be the position, which is special attack center dot position, and this is going to be the overlap box size. All right. Oh, it's a vector 3 half extents. Yes, like it. Okay. Okay, Unity. What do you mean by that, Unity? Let's just make sure I understand this correctly. Biggest problem with this is like the overlap box and the gizmo box doesn't use the same lingo, or the cube. There's nothing else I can draw to visualize this thing. Yeah. Well, wire cube, right? That's essentially what I'd need, but yeah, it just needs a center and a size. So you just do special attack center dot position and overlap box size. Oh, it's a vector 3 size. Okay. Okay, so let's just see exactly what they do with this. Half extends half of the size of the box in each direction. Okay, now I understand. Okay, half of the size of the box. So according to this, if our center point is over there for the box, right? Which it should be, more or less. We'd need this and this. So this is the radius over 2, and this is just the radius. Right, that's not so bad. Okay, so we don't actually need an overlap box size, we'll just use the radius. Well, we can have a vector 3. Private vector 3. Box. Okay, and then at start we can just do a special attack box equals new vector 3. Okay, so let's see. In the x, so that would be the width, I suppose. I think so. It'll just be special attack radius, and then the y would also just be special attack radius, and the z, as far as I know, it would be special attack radius over 2. I believe so. So we'll just give both of these that. Okay, what do we need then? A rotation. I think it's just going to be transform dot forward, right? You know what? I'm just going to do it quaternion dot identity. I don't know if that will work. Yeah, and also, where the hell's this cube gonna get drawn? Yeah, this is kind of a problem one, because I don't know how exactly that will look. Yeah, and the wire cube, I've had this problem before. Yeah, this could mess it up, but I can't see it. This is gonna be such a pain to test, because I don't know how this is actually gonna look. I wish there was a way to visualize this, because what my problem is here. So this is obviously the box I want, but what I'm afraid of is it's actually gonna draw the box around that point, but like that. Which is okay if I'm looking forward, but any other orientation is obviously not good. Needs to rotate pointing that way. So I could give it my rotation. But I'm not sure if it's actually already following my rotation, and then I should give it a quaternion of identity, or if this is now going to stack the rotations together. I don't understand how that works. Let's see, what does it say? Rotation of the box. Yeah, that helps. Helps so much. Not really. You reckon it's gonna work that way? Okay, well, it is currently gonna match the rotation of the character, so we'll try it that way. The problem is it's gonna be super difficult to figure out whether or not it's actually doing that or not. Okay, but anyway, once we did that and we got our enemies, so for now I'm just gonna leave the box as is, and I'm gonna do the stun status effect, get the character stat manager, get the spell damage, all that good stuff, so that should still work the same way. Apparently there's a problem with my Knight special attack script somewhere. No, I don't think so. Okay, but we need to recompile anyway because we have a bunch of stuff we need to plug in on the inspector level. What? Where is my compile error? Oh no, maybe it did sort itself out. Okay, so my special attack, so we need a Knight special attack. Okay, we need the character stat manager. Plug that in there. The size, I don't know what that should be. Let's make it 2, I guess. And the center, okay. So this is something we'd have to give it. So let's just give it this shockwave spawn point for now. Now, where is the shockwave spawn point? So that's gonna be something like there, I guess. Right. Okay. Okay, so if I visualize my gizmos, Oh, this is a super annoying one that I need to play the game to see. Because it's a vector. Ah, jeez. That's annoying. But okay. Could try using a bounce type. Okay. Okay, you see, the gizmo is doing exactly what I was afraid of. You see that? Okay, but let's go to the night and... this only happens at start. Oh, for shit's sake. I can't even get a size or anything. Ugh. I need this to happen. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little annoying, but you know, whatever. A bounce type, so I can visualize it in the editor. Okay. I don't know what a bounce type is. Okay, but now I can visualize this at least. Right? Okay, so theoretically, yes, that's our box. Getting quite big. Okay, let's play our particle effect and just go back to 0.25. Okay, so that's roughly where I'd want the effect to be. I'm probably overcomplicating this. I mean, most people won't even care that the effect is slightly... Or the visual, like, it happens so fast, you won't even know that, you know, some enemies that you could have stunned weren't stunned. Or a few additional enemies were stunned, like, nobody's gonna care. Maybe I don't need to be that precise. It's not like I'm making a precision stun effect. So maybe I'm just being unnecessarily... I'm overcomplicating things unnecessarily, let's say. Okay, so if we make this like 15. And we move it a little bit forward, let's say. Okay, so now it should stun everything in that box, which is okay. And as a bonus, it'll stun everything in this little corner, which is technically not part of the visual effect. But who's gonna know? Right? Yeah, actually. Yeah, who is gonna know? Nobody's gonna know. I won't tell if you won't tell. Okay, so now all we have to do is go to our animator and just do when special attack shoots happen. I guess we just drag in our character. We get our night special attack. And we do special attack shockwave. We just run that function and it should capture everything in that box, theoretically. If the rotation is correct. I hope the rotation is correct. It's a little bit difficult to visualize the rotation because I can't rotate a wire cube in the same way. I could do draw mesh, because draw mesh does have a rotation value. Let's try that just as a test here. So I could do something like new mesh. Well, no. Mesh, new mesh. Creates an empty mesh. How do I make it a mesh? Mesh dot filter. Actually, how do I make a mesh? I'm sure you can't just make a mesh straight away. Like a cube or something like that. Do I need to give it a prefab or something? I guess I could just plug it in here, right? Public mesh wire cube. Right, and then over here I can just do gizmos dot draw wire mesh. Okay, we do wire cube. Submesh index. Not sure what that is. 0. Position as special attack center. Rotation. Just transform dot rotation. Finally, scale is gonna be a special attack box. Mesh, sub-index position, rotation scale. Where? Dot position, sorry. My bad. My bad. This is interesting. I wonder if this is gonna work. Now, if I just give this thing a box. No idea. Okay, here's a cube mesh. So if I now go to my character and I drag this cube mesh in there. Wow, I actually drew it. It's there. Look at that. Okay, it's super tiny. Yeah, okay, so it's very small. But it's actually there. So what happens if I just tell it? I wonder why is it so small? Is it because this is just a very small cube? Oh yeah, this is a super tiny cube, 0.01. I need to multiply my size by 100 to get this cube to look... Ah, where the hell's my... Okay, if I multiply it by 100, now it's the right size. Look at that. Okay, so now if we move around, it has a rotation similar to how the other ones have. And I think the particle system has 0.25. I think everything fits the same way. Yep, essentially. Yeah, so that one does represent a proper cube. Now the only question is, does it move like a proper cube? So does this now represent my overlap box, my physics thingy? Oh, let's see. If it does, that's super useful. Okay, so if we play... Ah, yes it does. Okay, cool. So the rotation is correct. Ah, that's fantastic. That is very good. Now I do think we can make it a little smaller, especially downwards, because it's just going into the ground for no apparent reason. Okay, and then we can test it proper. So the first thing is... Okay, so the radius is 50. So what I can do is I can just make the spawn point higher. Let's make this 7.5. And let's make this 7 high. Let's make it 6. Let's make it 5 high. So that would be the center. No, actually, if I think about it, if I make the radius 7.5, I need to make it like 2.5 high, so then it's 3.75 down and up. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Okay, and then over here, our actual position in the Y can be over 2F as well. Yeah. That'll be better. Okay, but I think that's the last thing I wanted to tweak. So let's actually go check if it stuns anything. I think I do call the function, so I should be able to stun something. Let's give it a go. We'll keep it on for now, I guess. Okay, let's spawn in just a bunch of frogs. Whoa, here they come. Okay, the gizmos get a bit crazy. They were stunned. They didn't seem to care. Wait, how long is the stun effect actually? I have no idea, but it seemed very short. Okay, but it's working. Why is the stun effect so short? I think it's because of the way I do the stun effect. So first of all, let's just go check my character data. What is my spell power? Spell damage. I should call this spell power. But anyway, it's 3 for the chicken, so that's not bad. So how was the stun applied previously? Well, we can go to our enemies and look at the enemy state machine, I think. Not state, enemy... What am I saying? What is it called? Enemy status effect manager, right? Okay. So let's see, apply status effect. So the shockwave manager had a apply status effect with a stun duration. Okay, so it starts at 1F. Really? Oh, here I set the stun duration. Oh. That was probably my previous special attack, right? Set stun duration, character stats, get stat total, spell damage. Ah, okay. So that's what I did. So, okay, so but this time, character stat manager. So when I apply the stun, I just straight up apply my spell damage. Theoretically, at least. Which should be 3. Yeah, okay, so I set the status effect, my status effect damage. So if status effect is a stun, we can do the stun tick timer plus equal time dot delta time stun tick timer greater than or equal to tick timer, stun tick timer is equal to 0. Stun effect tick count, so we do ticks. Yeah, all of this stuff is a little bit strange, not gonna lie. The way I did this. This was before I knew how a coroutine worked. See, this might be it. So the tick, what is the tick time? 0.5. Okay, so that's the tick time for all of them. That's a bit strange, okay. Okay, you know what? I should... The stun is way shorter than it was before. That is for sure. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna spawn one frog. Gonna try and stun it, but I need to pause the game. Oh, spawn, please. I mean, hey, this guy. No problem. I think I'm lucky. I did this. The stun just seems very short for some reason. So how long do I suspect the stun should be? So, my spell damage is only 1. Okay. Okay, let's make my spell damage 3. Okay. Yeah, but I think I figured it out. So I ended up drawing a mesh instead. And it does follow the position. It follows the rotation, so... Reset, yeah. Damn. Yeah, the only thing... Okay, I obviously might need to change it. So the stun works. The only real problem I still have with the stun is it doesn't stop animation, so it doesn't cancel animations, which I mean it's not the end of the world, but it kind of feels bad. I don't think I'll ever be able to stun. Yeah, like they stunned, but they don't cancel the animations. Kind of annoying. Yeah, but I made a box like this. This guy, I don't know if you're looking. So I figured out how to make a gizmo that actually follows using a mesh. So I think it's doing what I suspect. Let's see, reset. That stunned all of them. That also stunned all of them. So maybe my box is much bigger than I think it is. Even that stunned some of them? Okay. So my box is not exactly scaled correctly. Well, that's a bit annoying. Okay, so I thought I solved it. I can see it, but this is now where the problem comes in, right? Apparently my box is not exactly that size. Or something like that. Because I'm stunning people behind me. So I think the rotation is correct though. I think the rotation is good. The center position shouldn't be a problem. This is the vector that I'm using. It should be correct, but it's like way off. It's not the rotation, I don't think. Unless this wire cube is taking me for a ride. I wish you could see overlap box or physics overlap box and all that type of stuff. Like they just tell you to make a gizmo with the same parameters, but somehow I don't think it works exactly that way. We could draw the box still maybe as well. I think the cube is more accurate. I think, I'm not sure. Maybe something else changed that I'm not aware of. So let's just see. No, that cube and the cube and the box are the same size, so that's definitely not the problem. Okay, let's just go fiddle with it. So let's just get like one enemy and jump around and see what happens. I guess, I don't know. It's kind of the best idea I have currently. Yeah, okay. So you can see the one cube follows, the other cube doesn't. Okay, we can spawn one frog. And then we can try and stun it and see what happens. Okay. So, I'm gonna intentionally miss. Okay. So that works. Okay, now let's see if I jump from this side. If I jump over him, he gets stunned. So that seems to me like my physics shape. Okay, let's see what happens if I jump and I'm not in range. Okay, now I was in range, definitely. Okay, let's just go back. Okay, that was also in range. Damn it. That shouldn't have stunned him. Don't know why that stuns him. Like, none of my boxes can stun back behind me. That one should also not have stunned him, to be honest. Okay, so let's see if I aim like next to him. I don't think that one should have stunned him either. Okay, maybe the boxes are just too big and the colliders overlap in ways I don't understand. Okay, so let's make it like 13. Perhaps that results in a more consistent stunning. Okay, I also feel like we can make the spell damage 3 again. Yeah, the stunning needs to be consistent. Okay, let's spawn a few more. Okay, here they come. Okay, I stunned everybody, and I expected to stun everybody, so that's fine. Okay, let's see now. If I jump like this, I should stun like a few. I did. I think that's okay. That is insane to me. Like, I don't see how. And same there. How would that one have stunned them all? I don't understand. Like, based on the collision, the boxes here. These don't make any sense. I want to kind of do this, but pause as soon as I do. Okay, if we forget about the gizmo, just get rid of the gizmo. Let's see if it makes sense based on the visual effect. No, not really. Yeah, no, based on the visual effect, this also seems completely wrong. Like, that one I expected to stun everybody. Okay, that one's obviously a miss. Our hitboxes are very generous. That's for sure. Maybe it's okay. Maybe we can have generous hitboxes. It's just annoying because this is like the only one that's now not very precise. Okay, let's see. Okay, he gets stunned. I'm happy with that. Nobody gets stunned. Now everybody gets stunned, which I guess is okay if I jump on top of them like that. That wasn't bad either. Okay, let's check actually the owl. I did change or fix, I hope, the posty. Okay, and I can still use the rest of my abilities afterwards. Okay, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm happy with that. So the stun is a little bit generous at the moment, and the stun hitbox is a bit generous. Let's just make a note of that if it's something I want to come and fix in the future, maybe. What? So didn't want to do that. Night. Stun hitbox. Very generous. maybe nerf. I don't know. I mean, you said it's spelled incorrectly, so help me out here. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break, grab myself a refill on the coffee, and then we can. What do we want to do? Okay, so now let's just think about this. So all the characters have their new and improved abilities. I think the duck ability is not fantastic currently. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'll show off a new system that I built off stream for balancing the game. I think I'm gonna do that, and then we can brainstorm what to do next. I think. Okay. Let me. Oh geez, I can't find anything. My screens are all in the wrong places. Okay, this is where I need to be. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Okay. Okay, so you might have seen or noticed as I was playing that I had a couple of extra buttons in dev mode. Alright. Might have been wondering what the hell are those buttons for. Or you might not have. That's how it goes, I guess. So what I actually did was... Yes, no. So what I actually did was I implemented a system. So I built this over the last couple of days for me to be able to balance characters and other things in the game without having to fiddle about with the scriptable objects and stuff. So I reworked a lot of my data structures. I got rid of a couple of things that were a bit annoying, etc., etc., and I implemented a CSV-based system. So it still loads all the data into a scriptable object and into the game object eventually, but it gets the data from a CSV file. Because I thought about it and I was like, yes, it's such a pain to balance things when you don't see the context which you are balancing them in, right? But this way, if it's in a spreadsheet like this, I can check all the character stats simultaneously and balance them with the context of what the other characters have. So for instance, if I felt like I want to change damage numbers on the chicken, I immediately see, oh wait, that is how it relates to the robin. Did I want the chicken to have more damage? How do I compensate for that? Blah, 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 blah. And I can tweak everything like this. In addition, I can now, so I only did it for the characters at the moment, but I can now do this for the enemies. I can do this for items. I can do it for the stats themselves. Because I basically I made a little script that creates the CSV and reads the CSV. So I just need to, unfortunately my data is a little bit scattered. So since I wasn't really planning anything while I was going, a lot of my data ended up in, a million different places. So just going to grab all the data in the first place is a little bit tedious. But once I did it for the characters, let's say, it's easy to go from there because now it's all in one place. So again, I'm paying for decisions I made back in the day before I knew what I was doing, but it's not that bad. Once it's set up, it's fine. And in the future, I can just expand this, right? The more characters I get, the longer I can make this, and I can tweak their damage values and all that stuff, no problem. And what I also did, the way I did this is, so it's not exactly implemented like that, but this was the idea. So if I play the game, I actually want to, so it's kind of nice. You can keep the spreadsheet open. So if you have the CSV open, it's not a spreadsheet, it's a CSV file. You can keep it open while you play. So let's just take it for a spin. So we can play as the knight, right? We can run around and we can come. Let's not hit that one. Let's hit this one. Boom. We did 6 damage. Okay. And now all we can do is we can be like, nah, I don't think he should do 6. I think 8 is better. Okay, so you change it to 8, you save, and now if I just load character data over here, I think it loaded. I'm actually not sure. Wait, did it load? Load character data. Ah, there, it loaded that time. Okay. Anyway, so in the console, it said load character data. Cool. So if I hit it again, I do 8 damage. Right, and it would have updated all the characters, regardless of whether or not you have them in your party or not. So now the chicken does 8 damage always. Okay, and the nice thing about this being in dev mode is if I wanted to employ somebody like this guy over here, employ you as a tester for free, right? I can give you the game, the dev mode version of the game, and you can tweak the values yourself in the spreadsheet. So I can just give you the build with the spreadsheet. You can tweak it and help me balance the game if you really wanted to. Obviously, that's not the intention. But if it works in a build, that is actually kind of nice. Because then I can give it to my wife to play with the spreadsheet. She understands pressing a button, typing numbers into a spreadsheet. That's not a problem. And we can work together to try and balance things, right? Yeah, I'd appreciate that if you helped. But yeah, I think it's a pretty cool little widget that I added for balancing. I could be like, oh, okay, if the knight has 8 damage, then the robin should at least have 7. And I could say that the owl is a bit ridiculous at the moment. Let's give him like 16 damage, and the duck is about right. I can save this, go back to the game. Just, I don't know, we need to load the data. Okay, we loaded the data, so now the rangers should do 7 damage. Let's see. 0.7 seconds, yeah, so it's 7 damage. And if I grab the owl, 16 damage, no more 25 damage owl. I want to change a few more. I want to add a few more things to that, like attack, cooldown, movement speed, the base values. Just the base values, not the because I already have the this attack speed, which is just a percentage increase on top of your base value. The same with the movement speed. So these are just percentage increases, right? They're not like a base value of any or something like that. So I want to add the base values to this thing so that if we want to change the attack speed or the animation time or the cooldown or whatever we want, we can do it straight in here for balancing. That's more important for like a level 1 balancing, right? To figure out how strong the characters should be at the start of the game. Yeah, I also want to make it so that the fight. Okay, so let's say you start the game as the chicken knight, right? And you have a bunch of enemies coming at you. So I have a couple of problems with the way the enemies work currently. First of all, you can see that they do this type of thing where they just kind of run after you, and they're quick. They're quite fast, so they can follow you all the time. And when they hit, they miss often. So I feel like I'm not a fan of that. I want there to be predictability for the player. The interaction between enemies and your characters should be predictable in the way that when you see an enemy attack, you should be able to predict whether he will hit or not. And I kind of feel like that is like attention to detail stuff, right? And currently we have no way of knowing really, because these guys are just swinging. And look at this, they swinging all the time, and they kind of missing me more often than not. And I can't tell you when they will hit and when they won't hit. So there's no visual indication for me as the player to know what's going to happen. If you contrast this to the bomber, there's a very good visual indication, right? You can hear there's a bomb coming, or you can see there's a bomb coming, and you know exactly where it's going to hit and where, like, I don't have to guess if that one's going to hit. I can see the decal on the ground, and I can predict that it's going to hit. So especially in a game where, you know, things get a little hectic, like a survivor's game, I think that communication should be clear. So in a game like Vampire Survivors, it is very clear, because the damage works the same across the board. Something touches you, you take damage. There's no guessing, there's no will this guy connect or not. You know for a fact that if it touches you, you take damage. It's the same in Brotato. And then a different game that I've been playing recently to test out, you know, what they're doing is Death Must Die. So in Death Must Die, they actually do a decal type of thing, similar to how I do with the bomber, where there's something that appears on the ground, and when it gets maximum opacity or whatever, that's when it actually applies damage. So there's a clear, this is where the danger is, and you know exactly when it's gonna hit, which gives you the ability to react to it always, like I do with the bomber. So I think I need to do something like that for the small enemies, and definitely the Komodo dragons. Like, you have no idea what this guy's thinking, right? Where is he gonna jump to? Especially with this long range attacks, like, I feel like I should make a line or something on the ground showing, you know, there's something on the way. Right, that, like, and even that, honestly. Yeah, so I think with all that said, the next phase of development is going to be just tweaking the so-called mechanics to feel good. I just want the very basic things to feel good and predictable for the player. They need to be clear audio visual indications of when things are gonna happen and what they are, right? So that you don't have to guess as you're playing the game. So I think the very first thing I really want to work with then is just the our little simple melee enemy, right? Yeah, I really thought about it. This guy. It's like 90% of your time, or 95% of your time, will be spent fighting these little lizards. And it can get kind of annoying if you can't even predict when exactly you're going to be taking a hit or not, right? That's at least how I feel about it. Is this the right one? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So if we look at what they do, we can switch on the little thingy. So here's the root of the problem, right? So they swing at you. Can we just... They swing at you, right? But they only do damage in a very small little blob like that. They do a few other things, like they don't ever stop, right? So they will continue running after you regardless of whether they are attacking or not. Actually, I want to do something else quickly before I go too far. Let's just go to the time tracker. And let's just do a different thing. So we're not doing the abilities anymore. We're done with that, so stop. What are we doing now? We like doing... I don't even know what to call this. It's probably other and learning, general, bugs. Let's game mechanics refinement. Okay, I think that's probably fine. I can just start. Yeah, something like that. Okay. So, this guy over here is our first problem. So obviously, when he swings his spear, right, what do you expect? You expect damage in that area, right? And obviously the spear is not even... You see part of the problem here. Like this is yeah, this is very obviously part of the problem. Okay. So for that attack animation, he doesn't even, you know, hit in the right direction. Then we got a secondary animation where he hits a big swing like this. Okay, so we need to be careful here. If we increase the area, the danger area, so to speak, that's not necessarily bad, but it would make the game much more challenging. So we'll need to compensate for that in some other way. So we would have to either decrease, and generally speaking, that's not a bad idea, decrease the amount of enemies, or increase the power of your characters. So I would say that this might be a good time to potentially decrease the amount of enemies slightly. Maybe make them a little bit slower as well, so that you might be able to juke them a little bit. Or maybe not even slower, maybe just make them stand still when they swing for attacking. That might be all I actually need to do, so they don't actually just continuously move as they swing. I think that might be a good idea. Okay, that is going to be a little bit of a thing. Where is my... I probably don't have... Oh, it's on the... Okay, I also have multiple weapons. Yeah, so this is another thing I was thinking about, is to change out the weapons for these characters, the enemies, as they maybe get stronger. Yeah, so here we have a halberd, or whatever you call this thing, which is obviously slightly... And here we have a super basic spear. Yeah, my thinking was that maybe one of the variations we can have for enemies is just the same enemy, the same guy, right? Just with a better weapon. So visually hopefully you could actually see that it's a better weapon, but I'm not sure if that was gonna work entirely. Okay, anyway, so let's start working with this. So if we look at the attack 1, right, so he does a big attack from the top, and essentially I feel like the damage zone should be all of this area over here. Okay, so this is just our attack trigger zone. So this is for him to decide whether or not he would like to try and attack us. That's just a point. On the enemy itself, we should have a script for attacking. Right, so this is the simple melee enemy attack. You know what? Let's close all our scripts. Close all tabs here. Let's start afresh because I don't need all those other ones open. Okay. So basically we have a fixed update which does a check to see whether or not we can actually attack. So I can already think about a few things we could do here to improve this. Right, if you think about this, why would we even check if we can attack the player if we are not close to the player? And I think a check sphere is more expensive in terms of performance than a quick distance calculation. Right? I believe so. And I think we already do a distance calculation. A distance calculation. If I just asked my manager let's see, so that's the enemy manager. If I ask the enemy manager to get my movement basic dot distance to player, yeah, exactly what I thought. So this is already a thing that we have. Okay, so let's go to movement basic, enemy basic movement, and let's just see why we use our distance, or how frequently we calculate our distance. I believe we calculate it basically on every frame. Yeah, so on update, distance to player, look direction dot magnitude. Look direction is just, okay, that makes perfect sense. Okay, if is far from player, so greater than 40, we just do that. Okay. So I can literally just do if is greater than 5, not exactly sure. Just return. Right, so we can do a guard clause like that. Now, so we can just ask our distance to player, you know, if we are still 5 units away, don't even do this update. Like, why are we wasting resources? We are far away, there's no point, right? So don't worry about it. Once we are closer, so if we are within this range, then we can start checking whether or not we can attack. We have a check sphere. So this check sphere is that little yellow sphere. So let's see what it does. Okay, so that's just to check whether or not we can trigger an attack. So as soon as there's a player inside of this area, we attack. Okay, we set state to attack and then hit player in attack zone. That probably happens I see. So we check if the player is still in the trigger area. because we did that anyway. I think I want to do this differently. So this is a very straightforward one. But if we put another guard clause, right? And we just say if enemy do I have access to my state machine? Not directly, but maybe through the manager. Okay, so let's see. If the state is actually the attack state, so if we are currently in the attack state, return. If we are busy swinging, there's no point in continuing this check sphere. Okay, so this check sphere is just gonna be to check if an enemy is, or if the player can be swung at, right? Okay, so if we are currently swinging, don't check again. And then, okay, hit play in attack zone. So this is called probably from our animation events. Yeah. No problem, no problem. Go get your coffee. Okay. Hit play in attack zone. So, okay, so normally I would use this trigger area, but I think I want two new areas. I want attack 1 area and attack 2 area. Okay, then we're gonna have to check whether or not we are doing attack 1 or attack 2. Yeah, okay, so over here, hit player in attack zone. Doesn't tell us whether or not it's attack 1 or attack 2 that was done. Okay, so we just have to get here int attack number, right? Simple as that. So now obviously, okay, these ones are not going to work. Do I even use this? Oh no, I don't think I do anymore. This was the old one. Yeah. Okay, but let's just do that so it doesn't do anything dumb. Okay, so we get the attack number. Okay, and I want two new zones. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do. Okay, let's do. Essentially want this 2 more times. Right, but it's gonna be attack damage zone 1 and attack damage zone 2, and then this one is attack damage sphere size . I should do it like attack 1 underscore damage zone. Attack 1 underscore damage sphere size. You can just change these to 2s. Something like that, right? So we can have 2 more points that we can go grab. And we can make these work out with the... Yeah. Okay, so yellow. Okay, we're gonna do a few more gizmos here. So we'll have yellow, red, and black. I don't know. Okay, so this is going to be attack damage zone 1. And this one's going to be 2 to get those. And then the sizes will be different as well. Okay, so do something like that. Okay, we'll set that up in Unity now. Okay, so now we can just do if. So if we do, I don't think attack numbers ever equal to 0, right? What do we actually have for our attack numbers? It's 1 or else it's something else. Right, this is called with our animations. Okay, so this is just 1 and 2. That should be what we call anyway. I hope. I hope that's what we did. Alright, so if the attack is 1. Okay, we want to basically do a Boolean layer in damage area. Okay, is equal to physics dot check sphere, and okay, we need a attack 1 damage zone dot position and attack 1 damage sphere size, and we need a player layer. Okay, so we check, and if player in damage area, then we do the hit. Okay. And we do the same thing. Yeah, we do the hit and then we return. Okay, we can do the same thing here again. Do we do damage area 1, damage area 2? Nah, I guess we can. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so if it's not 1, it must be 2. So then we just come here and we do 2 and a 2. Okay, but it's essentially the same thing. It's just a bigger area. Alright, so that's the basics of it. Anything else? I kind of want to put the if statement here as well, but it's not really necessary. Yeah, if it's attack 1, we return anyway. So this won't happen. Okay, so I think this is better. So now we're not checking every frame anymore. We're only checking when we're close. As soon as we attack. Yeah, I might have to change the state machine a little bit. I don't know. My state machines are a bit odd sometimes because I was bad when I was making them. But we'll see. We'll see how they work. I'm actually not sure how the state machines work anymore. I haven't played with them for a while. But I'm pretty sure they are bad. Okay, let's go set up our new spheres all over the place. Need to recompile. Okay. Let's see. So we have an attack trigger zone. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to call them attack damage zone 1 and 2. Attack damage zone. Well, let's do it attack 1 underscore damage zone, right? Let's stay consistent here. Okay. So inside here, we can do attack 1 damage zone and attack 2 damage zone. Wah, wah. Okay, so we should see both of them now. Let's see if we make the sphere a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay, so it is there. Okay, so these are our 3 zones. So we have a trigger, attack 1 and attack 2. The variable attack 2 underscore damage zone's not been assigned. What are you talking about? Oh, it was probably the gizmos that were just complaining. But they are now fine. Okay, cool. So now we have to go to the animations and look at these attack zones. Okay. Okay, so that is attack 1. Right, let's just lock it. Okay, so attack 1 is obviously... So maybe we give him a little bit more range there. Something like that. But I think we do need to change the radius. Yeah, let's make like 0.5. Maybe. We'll say the spear is obviously the dangerous bit. Right, something like that. I hope this looks okay from like... zoom. Yeah, okay. That should be okay. Okay. Now, let's do the second attack. Okay, so this is obviously a very big one. I think just these 2 frames are going to determine. So I want to make it between those 2 frames. So let's grab this, move it there. Make it a little bit smaller also. Okay, so let's see. Choop, 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 choop. Something like that. That should be okay. Might be too much. Okay. That should be better. In terms of the damage they deal, the trigger zone itself is a bit tiny as well. I kind of feel like it should overlap both of these so that they'll try to hit you when you enter this general region, right? Yeah, so if you are anywhere in this region, they'll try and take a swing at you, which I think is better. Now, obviously, the first attack might miss more often because it's an overhead small area, but the second attacks normally that would be the dangerous one. Okay. So this should at least make them a little bit more dangerous already. I guess we can do a test. This guy. You left the coffee in the kitchen. Nah, it's well done. Okay, let's do just one of those. Okay, let's spawn. Let's get the gizmos going. Yes. Can we get somebody that has less gizmos? Okay, so let's see. Okay, so obviously you could do this type of thing, which is fine. Okay, I am faster than they are. Okay, this is a problem, obviously. So, at this range, they can basically not hit me. So the chicken now has a big problem here. Okay. That makes it a little bit more consistent. Now, the next part, and this is probably going to be more difficult, is I want them to stop when they try and swing, right? They wind up their shot. They need to stop and hit hard. So maybe we can make it so that they can actually hit harder now because they don't just glue themselves to you and hit continuously. Right? I feel like that's a good idea. Because you could see there with the chicken, they literally are the same speed, so they just get attached and they keep hitting, and you can't get away. You have to fight back. But that doesn't feel good. Well, I don't think it feels good. Maybe it feels amazing. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it would. Okay. So we got this simple enemy movement as well. And we got this if state machine is the attack state. If do basic movement. So we set basic movement to false. If basic movement greater than stop distance, able or enabled is true, agent stop is false. Okay, I feel like so do basic movement should... Let's open do basic movement. I don't remember what that does. I think this is just a very straightforward following you around type of thing. Yeah, it's basically checking all these things. You know, whether or not we should be using basic movement or not. So basic movement, rotate to face player, all that good stuff. And the simple enemy. So I think like if the state is the attack state, I actually don't want them to move anymore. So this is what I did previously because I wanted them to be able to move while attacking. But let's see how I did this. So if mace do basic movement, so if that's true while we're in the attack state, we actually want to switch it off. That makes it so that do basic movement is false, so we skip this. Right? We can still be stunned and all those good things. But yeah, I kind of don't want this to be the case anymore. So let's see. So first of all, that shouldn't necessarily happen. We will just want to stop. If movement basic greater than stop distance. Okay, so if we moved away, we should follow. Agent stop false, set destination player. Yeah, okay. Else we just rotate to face player. Yeah, none of this. I think I literally want to do this. So if we are in the attack state and our basic movement for some reason is being used, switch it off. Don't do any additional movement stuff. And then if we are not in the attack state and for some reason we don't use basic movement, go ahead and switch it on again. Much simpler. This should have the effect of stopping the enemies when they swing. Right. I don't even know why I made it so flippin' complicated to start off with, but you know how it goes, hey? You think you're very clever, start making all these fancy things happen, and then later on you realize the errors of your ways. Okay, so let's just play with whoever we get. Spawner. We want 100, spawn. Let's just see what he does. So he should come at me. Oh, okay. Okay, so he starts swinging and he never stops swinging. Okay, so essentially what I'm seeing here is he doesn't think anymore. Okay. So somewhere in that script, a little bit of the brain was there. I feel like as soon as an attack is triggered, okay, how does basic movement work? Let's just see. So do basic movement needs to be enabled, and the state machine must not be equal to stunned, and it must not be equal to dead. If all those things are true, we're not stunned or dead, or do basic movements disabled, we do basic movements. So what exactly does that do? So it checks, first of all, just make sure the agent is enabled. And then it gets the state. If it's not equal to running, which it wouldn't have been because it's attacking, agent is stopped equal to true, rotate to face player. Interesting. But we switched off do basic movement, so we can't get here. Okay, so in the movement, maybe we do this a little bit differently. Let's go to our enemy state machine. Let's just see what this thing does. So it's got an on state change event. Maybe we should be listening to that event somehow. And yeah, when the state is attacking, we stop moving, and then as soon as the attacking state is over, we obviously, go back into idle maybe, or running, or whatever the case might be. So we also just need to think when exactly is the state changed back? Well, actually, it's not just the state that should be changed. Okay, let's go look at the animations for the simple melee enemy. There might be some clues in there. And half the problem is I don't remember what the hell I did for most of these. So in the attack, we only have a hit. Right, so we don't actually have something to tell us that the animation has been completed, for instance. So he'll hit, and then, you know, get back into like something. We can look at the animator as well. Yeah, so he'll hit. This does not have an exit time, but oh, so is idle needs to be set to true before it exits, or is run should be set to true. Okay, I'm getting an idea what I was trying to do here. I think. Maybe. So let's open up the animator and see when that happens. Okay. So attack trigger. Set trigger, attack trigger 1. Okay, that's fine. That works. The attacking works. Okay, so we want to set the boolean to idle. This happens when the state machine changes. Yeah, on state change. The only thing is, we don't actually change the state back in any way. So I guess that's the problem here. So after attacking, normally we would do, if it's greater, then do this. If greater than follow distance, state machine set state to running. Right. Okay. So what I kind of want to do here is so if we are on the attack state, we switch off basic movement. I kind of want to change all of this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do an on enable. Right, on disable. Why is this one yellow? This one's blue. It's a little weird. Okay, we need to be careful here because on enable will run before on this before start, and we set the state machine to the manager.state machine. I guess we could do that on awake then. Right, yeah, we could basically move all these things to awake, right? Setting this up. So it just gets the manager, the movement, and none of these, I don't think. They were set, yeah, they don't get set on start or something like that. Okay, so what I want to do here is state machine machine dot on state change plus equal boom, right? Something like that. So instead of running everything in update, which is kind of abusive, and then we can do state machine dot on state change minus equal I feel like it should have known that I was going there, but anyway. Alright, so we changed the state and we want to do a couple of things. So if e.state is the attack state, right? So if we go into the attack state, we basically just want movement basic, do basic movement to be false. Right, easy as that. We just switch off the basic movement. So we don't have to check the state every time. We know if we've set the attack state, then that's it. Right, there we go. And now if we change the state back to anything else, as not equal to enemy. Oh my word. Yeah, just this one. Okay, something super stupid like this, right? Very, very straightforward. We just check for states, and now none of this is required. We don't do anything in the update loop anymore, which I think is only positive. Okay, so state machine on state change, do basic movement is false when we are attacking, and when we are not attacking, it's okay. Now, do we change? Okay, so all this thing does now, in terms of movement of a simple melee enemy, is it just switches on and off basic movement based on state. Very, 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 very straightforward. Okay, and enemy basic movement, if it's switched on again, should, in theory, come here, do basic movement, which should get us back into the running state, if required. Okay, so okay. That's a little. So maybe we want to set this state at some other place. So private. What if we just have a public function here? Public void move. Move. Do basic movement. So here's my idea. So we do basic movement, set it back equal to true. Okay, and this might be called by the animator in some way. Yeah, so we might have public void on attack end. Right. And we could also have public unity not really a fan of this. Okay, so we could also just do serialized field private simple melee enemy movement. On attack end, we could just do movement dot do basic movement, something like that. The only reason I like doing this sometimes is because if I don't need to use events, I don't feel like I really want to. Yeah. Okay, so let's just save that. So let's see what all this means. So we need to recompile first. Okay, so we just did that. Okay, and now what that means is I can go into my attack animations and I can be like, okay, only there, let's say, can we then trigger our movement again. on attack end, right? And attack 2. Right, somewhere like there. Make a new one, and I do method on attack end. Right, so the idea is that just then when the attack is ended, then we switch back on our movement. And that will, just switching back on the movement should allow it to, yeah, okay. There's a lot of scripts here. I feel like currently that might have been unnecessary, but okay. So we don't have update loops anymore, which I think is a good thing. I could probably just take out the whole thing here. Okay, so this is way simpler in my opinion. We have events for state changing. Instead of asking on every single update loop, did we change the state? We just listen to the event, which is fine. So if we go into the attack state, that's fine. We switch off basic movement. Then, okay, if we enter the attack state, I hope there's no way to interrupt it in some funny way. Yeah, look, if we triggered it, I mean, not currently in the attack state, we will set it to the attack state. Okay, if our movement is greater than 5 and okay, I don't actually need this anymore. Yeah, we have a clause up top there. So if we are in the attack state, don't even check. Now that's way better. Hey, Arkanth. I think that's how I would say it. I never know. How's it going, man? Okay, this seems good. In the end, if the enemy now does what I want him to do, I think I'll be happy. Currently, I'm trying to improve the feel of this little lizard here. Make him more consistently hit the character when you suspect he would hit the character. I also want them to stop moving when they attack. So previously they were like glued to your character when they started attacking, which, I mean, it was fine for a while, but I think it's time to not do that anymore. Yeah, so I'm basically trying to get the core mechanics of the game feeling good, right? The basic stuff, the stuff you do 90% of the time, which is combat in this case. I want it to feel exactly how you would expect it to feel, if that makes sense. Okay, let's see. So he comes, he hits. Okay, he does his second swing every time. Okay, that's interesting. I don't necessarily want that to happen. That's probably an animator problem. Okay. Yeah, I came to that realization last week. Like, you faff about all the progression and levels and different characters and all that. And then the most important part, which is you hitting these little lizards, feels like shit. And then I'm like, so why would you even care about how much you can level up your character if you don't even want to continue hitting lizards, right? I kind of knew this was a thing because I've felt that way with a lot of games before. Right, it's like when you tell me that, you know, Hollow Knight is such a good game, the progression is great, the story is great, and all that good stuff. And I'm like, okay, cool. My problem, though, is I have a serious aversion to anything platformer-like. I've tried playing Ori and the Blind Forest as well, which I've only heard good things about. But I just don't like platforming at all. So I lose interest super quick. And that could happen because of a preference, but it could also happen because it might just be badly implemented, right? Oh, this guy, are you making... Yeah, you're making a 2D platformer. I mean, I'll play it. But I can't promise that I'll enjoy it. It's like, it's just something about the fiddliness of platforming. I don't know why, but I get super frustrated very quickly. Even with the simplest platformer, I'm like, I'm not into it anymore. And recently, that kind of started happening with first-person shooter games as well, for some reason. It's not as bad, but it started happening. Like, I got Doom Eternal. Doom the Dark Ages, not Doom Eternal. Doom the Dark Ages. I didn't even finish the game. I played it like, you know, the first 5 missions, and I was like, I mean, it's cool. I might be bad at them, but I'm also not interested in getting better. That's what I mean by... If you make the basic game loop, the core mechanic, if that's not appealing enough to you as a player, from the get-go, you're not going to be interested to really continue playing and getting better or anything like that. And I was just never that into that type of game. But if you put me in front of an RTS game, that's a whole different story, right? And the controls and the fiddliness and the amount of stuff that you need to remember. Like, I play Age of Empires a lot. I played StarCraft a lot. And I have multiple hundreds of hours in those games. And they're technically way more complicated, you know, than Doom the Dark Ages. And they take way longer to get good at. But for some reason, I just love it. I grind them out, so... It really is a preference thing, I guess, at the end of the day, hey? Okay, so... this little lizard is doing 2 swings. And I'm guessing it's because of the way the animator is set up. Yeah. Yep. He transitions to the next swing before... Aha. So actually, do I want him to be able to transition to the next swing immediately? I don't actually think I do. Let's get rid of those triggers. Wait a minute. Just realized something. Does he ever get to the second attack? What are my parameters here? Oh, I can either be attacking or not. Oh, geez, I don't even have a proper trigger for the second attack versus the first attack. Ugh. Why? Okay, I'll come and fix this now, but I need to use the restroom. So, give me 5 minutes, or 2 minutes, or however long I decide to stay in there. We'll see. Be right back. I'm back. Okay, so I think I want to... Okay, I want to do a couple of things. So I want to have attack triggers here. Or something like an attack trigger. I think I essentially want to rework the lizard to work in a similar way to basically the Komodo dragon or the frog, where they have a cooldown. So they attack and they wait a bit and then they attack again. They don't just keep swinging, because this thing was built to go swing, 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 swing. They never actually stop swinging. Or that's how they used to work, but I feel like that's not good. I want them to be more intentional with their swinging. Okay, So I'm going to add a integer here. Attack number. Right. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to make transitions. Okay, so let's think about this. Let's move these over. So I want to make two transitions from running and from idle. And this is essentially going to be an attack number trigger. So if attack number is equal to 2, we essentially trigger this. So if attack number equals 2. So that will trigger from an idle or a run state, attack 2. Then from an idle and a run state, I want to trigger attack 1. Okay. So that way, okay, and then they can leave those states the good old-fashioned way. Okay, we don't want an exit time there, so we want a quick trigger, essentially. Okay, and then this one has no exit time, and a correct. Okay. I'm not too sure why. Oh, I see. I have a trigger here, is idle. I don't think I want a trigger. I just want an exit time. Yeah, and I think this one should have is running and is idle. I don't think so. I think they can default back to idle without the trigger having to be set. And or they can go back to running if that one is already there. And then going between the two, I feel like I don't want to do that at all. That's not necessary. Yeah. Now we have an attack number. Now let's see. Alright. So on our character, the animator, I think it's the enemy animator. I already have attack trigger 1 and attack trigger 2 here. All enemies have this same attack trigger. Oh, okay. Attack trigger 1, attack trigger 2. Oh, that's interesting. Who uses this? Crocodile, range enemy, range bomber enemy. Okay. And this is the tank charge enemy. Okay. So we have attack trigger 1 and 2. We don't have attack number. Okay, well, let's use attack trigger 1 and 2 then instead of attack number. So I should have checked before I did this. So we add a trigger, attack trigger 1, and then we add a trigger, attack trigger 2. Okay, and then we change these to be attack trigger 2, attack trigger 2, attack trigger 1, attack trigger 1. Right, just like that. So we don't work with an attack number, so we can get rid of the attack number. Wait, what? Okay.
2211. Okay, so now this is better. So we can just plug into this instead. Okay. Now in the code with our simple melee attack. Okay, so on the update, so I think we just want to keep a number here. Private int attack number. Right, and we can just add start attack number equals 1. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, we set the state to attack. Uh-huh. That is fine. So we set the state to attack, and is attacking becomes true. Okay, that does work technically, but I think I want to call the attack triggers specifically. Yeah. So can I do manager dot enemy so wait, does the manager not have a reference? The animator. No. Okay, so how exactly do these guys reference you? Animator attack trigger 1. Ah, okay, I gave it the reference. Makes sense. So I guess you now get to have a reference to the animator. So we're gonna do animator dot attack trigger 1, for instance, here. Okay. Now, if this is now if attack number is equal to 1, then we do trigger 1. Right, so we trigger 1 and we set attack number equals 2. Okay, and else we wait, what the hell? Else we trigger 2 and we set the attack back to 1. Right, something stupid like that. So we set the state and we do the attacks. Based on the trigger, we trigger the appropriate attack. Okay, now what we could also do is we could have a little bit of a yeah, so this is the next thing I did in the past, where I had a cooldown of sort, so that you can't just attack continuously. So if you look at this one, for instance, it doesn't have a cooldown. What? Okay, I'm not sure how that works even. Oh wait, I have separate triggers somewhere else. The trigger themselves have cooldowns. Yes, that's right. Okay. Okay, but right now, this should already look like something that's a little bit different to what we usually had. So he shouldn't do both attacks every time. He should only attack with the appropriate attack, depending on what the previous attack was. So he's always going to switch it up, which is cool. I think that's nice. We just need, we need a full compile, and we need to plug in a few things for the in the inspector, for our different things over here. Okay, so let's see. Melee attack. So we need an animator. I guess it's just gonna come from the main body, isn't it? Yeah. Enemy animator. There we go. Everything else should be fine. We'll do a cooldown now, I think, but let's just work with that. See how that looks. Okay, Mr. Lizard Guy, let's have a go. Okay, we just play with whoever. So let's just do one. Did I never play the game? Oh. Thought I did. Okay, so let's see. So he swings and he just runs. And then he tries the other swing. Tries the other swing. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so he runs after you and he tries swinging at you. Yeah, that's way better, I feel. Obviously, if I want to fight back, I can, apparently. I could just literally one-shot him. Yeah, but let's do like 20. I don't think the knight's the chicken. Oh, that's actually the one I killed, isn't it? Oh, that's interesting. So if I just stand still, they don't know what to do. As soon as they have to move again, they figure it out. Ah, very interesting. Okay, I think they're gonna be pretty much broken now. Okay, they're broken because they're still stuck in their attack state or something like that. That's probably because they were killed during an attack or something like that. Okay. Okay, so we have a couple of problems. So if they are killed mid animation, I guess what happens is this. Do basic movement, doesn't get set back to true. Right, so we should just do this anyway on disable. I guess. Just to make sure it's set back to true so that when they spawn back, they already know what to do. Now, the other thing is, when do basic movement gets set to true... So if we go look at the movement, we might see that, okay, we are not running, So the agent stop is true. We rotate to face the player, and then we see if distance is greater than stop distance, state machine sets state to running. Else, if distance is less than stop distance, okay, that's true, and state machine is not in the idle state, that's true, and it's not in the attack state, then we go back to idle. Okay, that's where the problem is. So we need to set the idle state. Why did I put this statement here? I want to go back to the idle state when I'm doing basic movement, right? I think that's what I want. I think this was maybe for the basic enemy. I could always just do this. So in the basic, where I do this, I could just set them back to the idle state. So we said to do basic movement equal true, but we also set them to the idle state first, which means it doesn't have an issue there. Another thing, okay, that should work for that problem. Any other problems that I could think of? Maybe on disable. No, on disable they would be dead, so the state would be set to dead. And when they re-enable, they should change their state back to idle or whatever. Okay, so that's not a problem. It was just this do basic movement one that was the problem. So now they should go to idle and then hit me again, and idle, hit me again, idle, hit me again, I believe. Okay. Okay, we can test that now. So I'm already, I'm kind of seeing another problem. So obviously if you run past them, they hit and they miss completely, right? This might be a speed issue, if I think about it. So it might be that they run fast, you run fast. When everybody is fast, you know, they kind of can't hit you. And they themselves are quite weak. So you kind of just one-shot them. So what would it feel like if that wasn't the case? I'm actually not sure. This is where it gets very tough to balance. Or to make this character work. Like, how do I want them to function? Because I feel like hitting them once and they die, that obviously makes the whole combat trivial in a way. Because it essentially means that you can't, everything I'm doing right now is pointless, right? Because they're just gonna die immediately. What I don't want to do, so you can make it have a point by letting their damage increase over time. Their health increase. But what I don't like about that is it's not a very good, you need to communicate that clearly to the player. The player should know when somebody has, when an enemy has more or less damage, health. So I need to visually show the lizards having more health if I want to do that. I can't just ramp it up over time. And then all of a sudden your attacks that usually one-shot them now just don't. Let's try with the Robin. So she doesn't currently have enough damage to one-shot these enemies, I think. Okay. They are trying to get way too close to me, but they are at least continuously attacking. Yes, why are they so skilled? Like this one over here is missing like ridiculously. That doesn't feel very good. I wonder why. It's probably got something to do with the stopping distance or something like that. Right, so if we look at the enemy movement, we give it a stop and a follow distance, right? I wonder, that might be a thing. Okay, let's play with one enemy and let's fiddle with this number until he doesn't feel janky. Okay, we'll spawn one play. So we'll just have to go find him in the pool. Okay, so here he is. Okay, so let's see what he does. So that is bad behavior, right? He runs on top of me. Yeah, he should definitely stop. That might be my bad there. That might be code, actually. Let's see. So previously, when we get to attack, we set this to false. If greater than stop distance. Yeah, you see, this is probably if. Okay, yeah. So we switch it off, and then we said if movement basic greater than stop distance. So if we are still far, we need to continue. Else, we need to stop and rotate. Okay, so let's just do this. So when you trigger, what? Let's think about this. Rotate to face player. If we call this once, it's not going to do anything. But let's just try this. So agent is stopped equals true. We do one call of rotate to face player, which I don't think does anything. But we stop the agent as soon as the attack gets triggered. As soon as we get into the... I think that's a good idea, because then at least we don't move into the player. So that's what I normally did here. So I said, if we trigger the attack and we see the enemy is actually moving away from us, go chase. But... yeah, and we remained close enough. Okay, I think this is going to work. So we just need to stop the agent, and then we need to rotate to face player. That should work. So now we use the trigger to stop the agent and not the stopping distance. Because we're not using basic movement at the moment, which means the stopping isn't working correctly. They don't have access to that line of code that stops you based on your stopping distance, I think. No, actually, the stopping distance should be a thing that the agent does. Do I switch off the agent? I actually don't know what I do there. Okay, let's just do 0 of the others, 1 of those. Get going. Oh yeah, that looks way better. He just runs towards you and swings. Yeah, and if you're not there... Okay. That's much better. Now let's spawn 9 more. Okay, if I run away. So if I stand still, they can hit me no problem. And they don't try and run over one another or anything funny like that. They are all doing attack animations. Okay. Okay, let's do another spawn. Okay, they're all coming after me and they start hitting. Oh, I died. Whoopsie. Do a sick backflip over top of them. Shoot a couple. Okay, so let's... This is the first and the most important interaction, I think, that we should verify. Chicken. Okay, you can see when they get in range and they want to try and hit you, they stop. Chicken versus lizard. Right. So they're obviously not a threat. At all. Not even a little bit. If I keep moving, I can hit them because I have a very wide-ranging attack. They don't really hit me. So, what I'm thinking now is, so back in the day, I had it so that you would have to slow down when you go into your attack state. Right, so the idea was something like this. If you run, you're fast, right? Or you're fast enough to avoid enemies. No problem. Even as, like, the wizard, right? You could just keep running. They'll try to swing at you, but since they stand still, they don't really hit. Right? But if you want to go into your attack stance to actually start hitting them, they would... now, in the past, when these lizards could literally glue themselves to you, this was a problem, right? Because you were just overwhelmed completely. But now that they don't, maybe we can make it so that going into your attack stance actually does reduce your movement speed significantly again. So let's try that and see what it feels like, right? So that would be somewhere in character movement, I think. I haven't, again, this is one of those, oh no, the characters don't move, the player moves. Yeah, so in player movement, right here at the bottom, if I remember correctly, set movement speed, run speed. Yeah, so we have a run and a walk speed, and our walk speed is normally 80% of our run speed. Now this was around 50% at the beginning. Let's see how that works now. I should really incorporate these things, because this is now the type of tweaking I should be able to do on the fly. I shouldn't have to stop playing, you know, go find the script that has it, and then do essentially what I'm doing right now. This feels unnecessary. Okay, but let's say we play, so now we can see attacking very slow. So if there's like 25 small enemies, let's say it's like the first round, if I just run as the duck, these guys can basically never hit me. But as soon as I go into my attack state, they're gonna... Well, okay, the duck is super powerful, so, Yeah, no. Okay, but let's see. So how bad is this for the owl? They don't really seem to hit. I think, you know what I should do? Now that I think about it, I shouldn't make them trigger their attack at the edge of their range. They should only do a wind up if they are confident in that they can hit you. So what that would look like is the attack trigger zone should actually be, it can be large. You know what, actually, let's make it smaller. Let's make the attack trigger zone a little bit smaller, right? So we make it smaller, and we move it back to like here. And what that'll do is they'll run closer to you than they really need to, so that when they swing, they might have a greater chance of actually hitting you. Because currently they were trying to swing when you're like right at the edge, and then they're effectively just gonna miss always. Let's see what this does. I think this is better. Yeah, because even the owl could basically keep his distance, and that doesn't feel right. He should be the most vulnerable to small enemies. And that's why he's got a new ability, right? Specifically because of this vulnerability. Okay. So much for a vulnerability. He already took out half of them. Okay. So it still seems like they don't really hit. So let me just let them get to me. Okay, so if I just sit here and I attack them. Okay, so we have a new problem here. Okay, so this might be another thing that we need to improve about the enemies. They're very fast, right? And it kind of means that they bunch up. Well, you know what? Let's go to the main menu and let's try and give it a play like this just quickly. It's a little bit hard to simulate this. Okay, now we have too much music playing. Okay, let's just do this. Add each character. Give them a play. I just want to play like the first level. I want to feel like the enemy's spawning from all around. I should actually just add that capability in my test area. Alright, but let's suppose we grab our wizard, right? And we're like, yeah, la 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 la, here we go. Okay. Okay, first of all, they seem to be missing still quite often. Yeah, this doesn't really do it for me. It feels like they bunching. Like if you were in a mosh pit like that, it should feel way more dangerous. So maybe the trigger isn't big enough. I don't know. This is a difficult problem. You reckon I should make them all headbang? Hey, animations are hard. Maybe we move this a little bit forward so they have some reach. This is very difficult to get. Just to get it to feel good, right? I guess this is why it's difficult to do game development. This type of stuff, right? It's like a lot of the basics you can kind of figure out, but then this is quite finicky. A lot of attention to detail and just, you know, testing. Okay, so now they'll hit more regularly. They miss a lot. I think I want to make the sphere bigger, so they attempt more often, but then move it back. So something like this. Because what was currently happening is if they don't attempt to hit you. Yes, I wonder if I can make them rotate towards you. Yeah, one of the problems is both of these spheres are off center. So rotating towards the player actually ends up missing most of the shots. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Because if I want them to face the player, is this really necessary for them to hit that squiffly? Is it maybe just a problem with the way they're holding something? I need to do what? I need to take into account the rotation and offset of the ray collider. Yeah, so here's a No. So the problem is with the animation. So you see, obviously, if I tell him to rotate towards the player, just straightforwardly, forward for the lizard is in this blue arrow, right? So if I tell him, look at the player when you want to hit him, right? Which I can do. That is what it means. So the player would be here, and he would be looking at the player, where my mouse is. But then he hits next to the player, because he's flipping, I don't know. You know? He can't aim. So the animation has the hit happen next, like offset to the way he's facing. So I guess I should change the animation. I should make it so that he doesn't rotate himself. Yeah, you see the problem. It's like he's hitting there, the player would be here. So if I tell him to look at the player, he's never gonna be able to hit the player because he wants to hit something next to the player for some dumb reason. I might be able to fix it. Root Q. This is the quaternion, right? So this is the rotation, I believe. So okay, we want to rotate about the y-axis. Yeah, I need to change this whole. Okay, let's grab the y. Okay, so let's see. So he rotates, la da 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 da. He hits, and he's like, whoopsie, I missed. You dumbass. Okay, so what happens if I just grab everything? Yeah, and I drag it. There we go. I've done it. So now the spearhead ends up pointing in the direction of where he will be facing, right? So what that means is I can now take my damage zone 1. Okay, so first of all, let's just go back to our... Yeah, that's way better. Okay, so he hits. Okay, we can pause it there. Keep it locked. Now I can make the damage zone be over there. And that should be at least somewhat more in line with where he's facing. Okay, now let's look at the second attack. So I mean, the second attack's not that bad, right? Because he does a big swing. So I can just move it over. I can just give it a 0 on the X. That should be okay. And then I can make the trigger over there as well. Which now should mean at least that if I also tell him to look towards the player when you hit him, he is gonna do that. Because I kind of want him to do that. Well, that swing doesn't really matter so much. Well, maybe none of the swings matter so much, but maybe this would at least... you know what? This was already a problem because he was looking for the player and then... This is why a lot of them don't swing. Because they're like, oh no, there's nothing in front of me. Because my trigger zones are off center. So this should feel better, I think. Let's try it. There's small little funny tweaks like this. It'll get us there. It'll get us there. One day, he will hit an enemy or a player and it will feel satisfying. Okay, let's think about this. Yeah, we can do 20 with the chicken. Why not? Okay, let's play. Come on, bring it. Yeah, okay. So the next thing would be to make it so that they don't group up like they do. I don't know how to do that though. That seems difficult. Because it would be nice. Like let's open up good old paint. Okay, we've done that part successfully, so we can get rid of it, right? Alright, so this is kind of what I'm thinking. Wouldn't it be nice, like if this was your character, and there were, you know, a bunch of enemies over here, and they run towards your character. Currently, they'll all just kind of funnel in towards your character like this, right? And your character can just hit them there. They won't even try and go around and hit them from the side or anything. What I would like is if they're like, okay, cool. There's like, we can go there, 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 and then there, and then there. And they kind of try and fill in and surround you. Instead of just all going like, we'll hit him from the front. And then what happens is they kind of sit here in a funnel, and these guys can't hit anything. These guys try to, so you're not in a lot of danger, because only 2 enemies are fighting you. In terms of, only 2 enemies are doing damage, and you as the player, especially for like the chicken, you do a sweeping attack like this, and you actually take out 3 rows of enemies with only 2 of them engaging you. And it's the same with the other guys, because they keep doing this, and the fireball, for instance, that the owl shoots then carves a path through, which also hits way more than it should. They don't really try and surround you. So the question is, how do I make them surround you? I guess it's, again, coming back to movement. And I guess it's the position, or not the position. So we just do basic movement, right? But enemy movement basic basically just does a agent set destination or something like that. Where do I even do that? Set destination. Yeah, basic chase player. I just do basic chase player, where I just do, okay, run after him. Set destination, character position. There we go. So we wanna revitalize that a little bit by maybe not just giving them straight up the character position, but giving them something else, like maybe we give them points around the character to try and fill. The only thing with that is obviously we can do it a couple of ways, right? So if we have, let's say we create a player zone, right? And we're like, oh, okay, cool. But this is the player zone, or the characters over there, and then around the character there's like a zone, and they can kind of go find a spot, on this zone. I think I already know the solution. So one way we could do this is we can kind of try and keep track of whether or not a zone, one of these areas, are occupied or not. Right? If any of them are occupied, then we can kind of say that, oh, okay, cool, they are occupied. So, you know, cross them or make them unavailable. And then every single character or enemy could ask, you know, where's an open spot? But that's a lot of looping through spot positions and checking whether or not they are open or not. What we might be able to do that could achieve a very similar result is just having this circle and the enemies don't target the character, they target a random position on this circle. Now, it's not going to be a perfect solution, but it might be good enough. The randomness of where they run to. So if you have your enemies here, this one might randomly go straight. This one might be like, I'm going to go around here. This one goes there, and this one's like, I'm going to go here. Right, and it will give us the feeling of they are trying to surround us, but it's not super algorithmic, right, if that makes sense. It's a little bit more chaotic and random. And that means we just have to generate random numbers. We don't have to do very complicated other things, right? Maybe that does work. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. But that will be for tomorrow. For today, I think I'm done. Good 4 hours of work done. Nice for a Sunday, I think. So, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I should be back tomorrow. I'm not planning on not having power. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I guess I can see if there's somebody to raid. Go say hello. They may still go straight to the point. I see. Make them add a bit of an offset, something to make them angle out. Yeah, that could also work. Like, you want them to go to the character eventually, right? But yeah, maybe in a roundabout way. So they try and surround the character. It's less noticeable when you have multiple spawn points. So if they're spawning around you, you know, it kind of doesn't feel that bad. But yeah, we need to think about this a bit. Well, they do avoid other enemies, but not enough. They still... Yeah, they avoid, but not in a good way. Yeah, they just avoid with the nav mesh. That's the only thing that gets them to avoid enemies. But I might need something a little bit more specific. Anyway, let's go say hi to Ice Bear. See what he's doing. Okay, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.